Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Lightning fractured the midnight sky above Hogwarts Castle, casting momentary, ghostly illumination through the windows of Ravenclaw Tower. The common room stood empty save for one figure, Ilara Nightshade, a fifth year whose obsession with ancient texts had earned her both admiration and concern from professors. Rain lashed against leaded glass as she ran her fingers across the marble base of Rowena Ravenclaw's statue, tracing the intricate runic inscriptions that generations of students had dismissed as mere decoration. "Sapientia revelata in umbra," she whispered, completing the phrase she had discovered in a forgotten manuscript buried deep within the restricted section. "Wisdom revealed in shadow." The statue remained motionless, but as thunder crashed overhead, Ilara noticed something peculiar. Rowena's shadow, cast against the wall by lightning, didn't match the statue's pose. While the marble founder held her wand aloft in triumph, the shadow depicted her hand pointing downward toward the statue's base. Ilara's heart quickened. Following the shadow's gesture, she pressed her palm against a seemingly solid section of the pedestal. Stone melted beneath her touch like morning mist, revealing a hidden compartment containing a single object, a book bound in midnight blue leather embossed with silver constellations that seemed to twinkle and shift when viewed from different angles. "The celestial grimoire," she breathed, recognizing it from descriptions in Ravenclaw's private journals. Supposedly destroyed centuries ago, the book was said to contain knowledge so dangerous that Rowena herself had hidden it away before her death. Against the whispered warnings of her conscience, Ilara lifted the tome from its resting place. The moment her fingers touched the ancient leather, a peculiar sensation washed over her, as if invisible threads were weaving themselves between her and the book, binding them together. The constellation patterns briefly glowed with sapphire light before settling back to silver. She carried the grimoire to a nearby table and carefully opened it. Most pages contained astronomical charts and complex runic formulas far beyond anything taught at Hogwarts. But it was the central section that seized her attention, pages dedicated to the manipulation of time itself. Not mere time-turners with their limited scope, but spells capable of extracting individuals from their proper timeline, suspending them in a state between existence and non-existence. "Temporal displacement," Ilara murmured, fascinated despite the growing unease in her stomach. Rowena was researching how to remove people from the time stream entirely. As she turned another page, a slip of parchment fell out, a warning written in Rowena's own hand: "To whomever awakens this tome, I have sealed within these pages knowledge too dangerous for any single witch or wizard to possess." The grimoire is protected by the curse of Kronos, which will begin to extract souls from the present timeline until the book is properly sealed once more. 4 keys I have hidden throughout Hogwarts, each guarded by trials that test the 4 virtues we founders valued most. Only when all 4 are united can the knowledge be secured again. Choose wisely, return the book to its chamber now, or accept the responsibility of finding the keys before the curse claims too many victims. Rowena Ravenclaw. Ilara's blood ran cold. Even as she read these words, the curse was awakening. She slammed the book shut, intending to return it immediately, but the hidden compartment had sealed itself, the stone once again solid. By morning, the first victim had vanished. Madeline Fletcher, a first-year Hufflepuff, was simply gone, her bed unslept in, her possessions untouched. By afternoon, 2 more students had disappeared without trace, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air where they had last been seen. Panic spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Professors cast detection charms throughout the castle, while prefects escorted younger students between classes. Through it all, Ilara carried the terrible knowledge that she had caused this catastrophe, and she alone could end it. During potions class, as Professor Slughorn demonstrated the properties of temporal stabilization solutions, Ilara felt someone watching her. Glancing up, she met the calculating gaze of Corvus Winterbourne, a Slytherin whose reputation for cunning was matched only by his talent for discovering secrets. "You know something about the disappearances," he said without preamble when he cornered her after class. "Not an accusation, but a statement of fact. I saw you leaving the restricted section 2 nights ago with notes about Rowena's lost works." Ilara considered lying, but something in his expression, curiosity tinged with genuine concern rather than malice, made her hesitate. "If I tell you, you'll be involved," she warned. "And it's dangerous." Corvus's smile was sharp but not unkind. "Danger has never deterred a Winterbourne. My family has protected magical secrets since before Hogwarts was founded. Some say we were keepers of forbidden knowledge for Salazar himself." Against her better judgment, Ilara revealed everything: the hidden compartment, the grimoire, the curse, and the 4 keys required to seal it again. Instead of the mockery or alarm she expected, Corvus listened with growing fascination. "A puzzle worthy of the founders," he said when she finished. "And we have no choice but to solve it before more students vanish." He extended his hand in a formal gesture. "House rivalries must be set aside. Will you accept my assistance, Ravenclaw?" Ilara hesitated only briefly before clasping his hand. "We'll need to work quickly." According to the grimoire, the curse accelerates, more disappearances, happening faster until no one remains. Their search began in the library, where ancient floor plans of Hogwarts revealed the locations of 4 chambers created by Rowena, 1 in each house's domain. The first, hidden beneath the Ravenclaw Tower's foundations, would test wisdom. The second, deep within the dungeons near the Slytherin common room, would challenge cunning. The third lay behind a false wall in the Hufflepuff basement, requiring loyalty to pass. The fourth was concealed behind a portrait in Gryffindor Tower, where only courage would suffice. "We can access Ravenclaw's chamber easily enough," Ilara reasoned, "but the others—" "Leave Slytherin to me," Corvus said. "For the others, we'll need allies." Finding trustworthy helpers proved challenging amid the growing fear. Eventually, they recruited Cedric Fairhaven, a steadfast Hufflepuff prefect, and Leona Goldenheart, a Gryffindor dueling champion whose bravery was unquestioned. Neither was told the full truth, only that retrieving 4 relics would stop the disappearances. That night, as a phantom clock somewhere in the castle struck midnight, Ilara and Corvus descended the hidden staircase beneath Ravenclaw Tower. The chamber they entered was circular, its ceiling enchanted to display the same constellations embossed on the grimoire. At its center stood a pedestal upon which rested a bronze astrolabe of incredible complexity. "The first key," Ilara whispered. As they approached, the stars overhead began to shift, rearranging themselves into a pattern neither recognized. "It's a test," Corvus realized. We must set the astrolabe to match the configuration above. The task required both astronomical knowledge and logical deduction. Each adjustment of the astrolabe caused the stars to shift again, creating a complex puzzle that took hours to solve. Dawn was breaking by the time the final piece clicked into place, and the astrolabe separated into two parts, one remaining on the pedestal, the other floating into Ilara's waiting hands. "One down," she said, exhaustion evident in her voice. "3 to go." The Slytherin challenge proved more devious. Hidden in a flooded chamber, accessible only through pipes too narrow for humans, it required them to brew a solution that would temporarily transform them into water elementals. Corvus's family grimoire provided the formula, but gathering ingredients meant breaking into Slughorn's private stores. "Not stealing," Corvus insisted as they crept through darkened corridors. "Borrowing for the greater good." The potion worked, transforming them into semi-corporeal beings of flowing water, capable of navigating the narrow passages. The chamber beyond contained a vast chessboard with pieces carved from emerald and silver. But this was no ordinary game. Each move had to be justified with a logical argument that would satisfy a spectral judge. One false reasoning, one logical fallacy, and the board reset itself. It took 3 attempts before they captured the opposing king, which transformed into the second key, a silver serpent wrapped around an emerald orb. For the Hufflepuff challenge, they needed Cedric's help in earnest. The chamber entrance would admit only those who demonstrated true loyalty, not to an individual, but to higher principles. "It's testing whether we would sacrifice personal gain for the common good," Cedric explained, as they stood before the sealed doorway. Inside, they faced a garden where every plant was poisonous to the touch, except one, which contained the key. No detection spells worked. The only way to identify the safe plant was to touch them. "I'll do it," Cedric volunteered, but Ilara shook her head. "This is my responsibility," she insisted, knowing each wrong choice would cause excruciating pain. She had released the curse. She would bear the consequences. 23 painful attempts later, her fingertips brushed against a simple daisy that transformed into a golden key adorned with amber. By the time they reached the Gryffindor challenge, 12 more students had vanished. The castle corridors shimmered with temporal distortions, pockets where time flowed backwards or stopped entirely. Suits of armor moved in endless loops, portraits froze mid-conversation, and staircases shifted between positions without ever settling. The final chamber required them to cross a chasm filled with flames that burned with the fuel of fear rather than wood. Unlike normal fire, these flames took the form of each person's deepest terrors. "Darkness, you must walk through your own fear," the inscription read. "Confront it, neither denying its existence nor allowing it to consume you." Leona led the way, her face pale but determined, as she stepped into flames that, to her, appeared as a swarm of spectral hands reaching to drag her into darkness. Corvus followed, then Cedric. Ilara went last, facing a conflagration that manifested as countless books burning to ash, while voices accused her of destroying knowledge rather than protecting it. Fighting the instinct to flee, she walked steadily forward, acknowledging her fear of becoming the destroyer of wisdom rather than its guardian. The flames parted, and before her lay the final key, a ruby phoenix that pulsed with inner light. In the Ravenclaw common room, as moonlight once again spilled through ancient windows, they assembled the 4 keys around the grimoire. The astrolabe, the serpent, the daisy, and the phoenix began to orbit the book, gaining speed until they blurred into rings of light, bronze, silver, gold, and ruby. "Now what?" Cedric asked. Ilara opened the grimoire to its final page, previously blank, where words now formed. That which was hidden shall be sealed by that which was sought. The keys are not objects, but virtues themselves. Wisdom to recognize dangerous knowledge, cunning to guard it properly, loyalty to place common good above personal power, and courage to walk away from temptation. Understanding dawned in Ilara's eyes. Rowena hadn't created the curse to protect knowledge from others, but to ensure that whoever found the grimoire would have to demonstrate the virtues necessary to resist misusing its power. The grimoire itself is testing us, she realized, making us prove we can be trusted with the knowledge it contains. The four keys suddenly dissolved into pure light that flowed into the book itself. Pages began to rearrange, separate, then rebound into four thinner volumes, each containing only the knowledge appropriate for those who embodied a single founder's virtue. As the transformation completed, the shimmering distortions throughout the castle intensified momentarily before collapsing inward. One by one, the missing students reappeared, confused but unharmed, as if returning from a dream they couldn't quite remember. The original grimoire was gone, replaced by four separate books that contained knowledge powerful but no longer dangerous when divided according to virtue. The secret compartment in Rowena's statue reappeared, now expanded to hold all four volumes. She was brilliant, Corvus said quietly as they returned the books to their resting place. But she knew that knowledge itself isn't dangerous. It's the concentration of too much power in hands, untempered by virtue. 4 houses, 4 virtues, 4 keys, Ilara agreed. Balance maintained. As they sealed the compartment, the statue of Rowena seemed to smile in the moonlight, her shadow once again matching her form, wisdom revealed and wisdom preserved for those worthy enough to understand the difference. Story 2. Moonlight spilled through the arched windows of Ravenclaw Tower, casting long fingers of silver across ancient tomes and scrolls scattered upon a worn oak table. Outside, a winter storm lashed against the castle walls, but within the circular common room, Cassandra Moonshadow sat alone before a crackling fire, surrounded by stacks of forgotten texts on advanced runic translations. The bronze eagles adorning the bookshelves seemed to watch her with gleaming eyes as she traced intricate symbols onto parchment with her wand, practicing the complex movements required for memory enhancement spells. Just once more, she whispered to herself, brushing a strand of raven black hair from her face. The sequence has to be perfect. The grandfather clock struck midnight as Cassandra completed the final flourish of her wand work. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as the last chime faded into silence, the runes she had drawn in the air began to glow with an ethereal blue light. They twisted and reformed, arranging themselves in a pattern she didn't recognize, one that hadn't been in any of her books. A sudden chill permeated the room, extinguishing the fire and plunging the chamber into darkness, broken only by the pulsing light of the suspended runes. From within their center emerged a spectral figure, the Grey Lady, ghost of Ravenclaw House, but not as Cassandra had ever seen her before. The typically somber, silent spirit now radiated power, her translucent form more defined, her eyes burning with silver flame. At last, the Grey Lady whispered, her voice resonating with otherworldly harmonics. After centuries of waiting, someone has unwittingly performed the ritual of remembrance. Cassandra scrambled to her feet, nearly toppling her chair. Lady Helena, I didn't mean to summon you. I was practicing for... Names, interrupted the ghost, drifting closer. Names have power, and mine has been spoken correctly for the first time in a millennium. She circled Cassandra, studying her with those silver fire eyes. You bear the mark of the Seeker, one who questions beyond boundaries. This is why the ritual called to you, why the runes rearranged themselves upon your command. What ritual? Cassandra asked, curiosity overcoming her fear. I was simply practicing memory charms for my N-E-W-T examinations. The Grey Lady's laugh was like wind chimes in a forgotten garden. Memory, yes. The foundation of all magic and all deception. Tell me, young Ravenclaw, what do you know of my mother's diadem? Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem was said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer, Cassandra recited. You, Helena, stole it and hid it in Albania, where it remained until... She hesitated, not wanting to mention the diadem's corruption by Voldemort, until darkness claimed it. Yes, the ghost nodded. But what the histories do not record, what has been deliberately erased from all memory, is that my mother created 2 diadems. The spectral lady raised her hand, and an image formed in the air. A circlet of silver set with sapphires and opals, similar to the famous diadem but different in subtle ways, the metalwork more intricate, the stones arranged in patterns suggesting constellations. And while the first crown enhanced wisdom, the second preserved memory, specifically memories my mother believed too dangerous to entrust to parchment, yet too important to risk losing. The diadem of lost memories contains truths about Hogwarts, founding that would shatter the very foundations of magical society. Cassandra's mind raced with questions, but before she could voice any, the Grey Lady continued. I did not steal this second diadem as I did the first. Instead, my mother entrusted it to me for safekeeping. When death approached, I fragmented it, 5 pieces, 5 truths, hidden in 5 reflections of our world, accessible only through enchanted mirrors. Why are you telling me this? Cassandra asked, though a part of her already knew the answer. Because the ritual you performed has marked you as worthy, and because the time of revelation approaches. Forces are aligning that will soon make the separation between magical and non-magical worlds untenable. The knowledge contained within the diadem will be essential if catastrophe is to be averted. The Grey Lady's form began to fade slightly, her energy clearly waning. I cannot maintain this embodied state for long. The fragments must be recovered. You must gather 4 companions, 1 from each house, each embodying the virtue their founder valued most. Only together can you navigate the mirror realms and retrieve what was hidden. How will I find these mirrors? How will I know who to choose? Cassandra asked urgently as the ghost grew more transparent. The first mirror lies behind the western wall of the Room of Requirement, accessible only at the hour of gloaming when neither day nor night holds sway. As for your companions, the Grey Lady smiled faintly. The ritual has already bound you to them. You need only look for those who dreamed of me tonight. With those words, the ghost dissolved entirely, leaving behind only a single spectral tear that crystallized as it fell, landing on the table with a soft chime. Cassandra picked it up, a perfect teardrop of some opalescent material that felt both cool and warm against her skin. The first key, she whispered, somehow knowing its purpose without being told. Morning brought chaos to Hogwarts. Rumors spread of strange dreams and ghostly visitations. Professors exchanged worried glances at breakfast, and even the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall seemed unsettled, shifting between clear skies and gathering storms in a manner that reflected no natural weather pattern. Cassandra sat at the Ravenclaw table, exhausted but alert, watching for any sign of those who might have shared her experience. She didn't have to wait long. You saw her too, didn't you? The question came from a Hufflepuff girl who had approached so quietly that Cassandra hadn't noticed her until she spoke. Ilara Fairhaven had a reputation for extraordinary kindness and a remarkable talent with healing magic. Her amber eyes held a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "The Grey Lady," Cassandra confirmed softly. "She spoke of a hidden diadem and mirror worlds." Ilara nodded. "In my dream, she told me I would be needed for my loyalty, and that only someone with an unshakable heart could withstand the second fragment's revelation." A shadow fell across the table as Theodore Ironheart, a broad-shouldered Gryffindor prefect known for his principled stands against injustice, joined them without invitation. "You two are talking about the ghost, aren't you?" "The one who spoke of 5 founders instead of 4. Before either girl could respond, another voice joined the conversation, smooth, calculated, and faintly amused. "Well, this is an interesting gathering." Orion Blackwood, a Slytherin 7th year with sharp features and calculating eyes, leaned against a nearby column. Unlike many in his house, Orion wasn't known for blood prejudice, but rather for an intense ambition tempered by surprising ethical boundaries. "I wondered when you'd find each other," he drawled. "Our spectral messenger was quite insistent that we would need to cooperate, though she was frustratingly vague on the details." Cassandra felt a chill of recognition. These were the companions the Grey Lady had chosen: a loyal Hufflepuff, a courageous Gryffindor, and a cunning Slytherin. Together with her Ravenclaw wisdom, they represented the 4 virtues of the founders. "We need to meet somewhere private," she said, lowering her voice as she noticed Professor McGonagall watching them with evident suspicion. The Room of Requirement, just before sunset. The Room of Requirement had transformed itself into a circular chamber with 4 alcoves, each decorated in the colors of a different Hogwarts house. At the center stood a plain stone pedestal upon which Cassandra placed the crystallized tear. "The Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, told me that her mother created 2 diadems," she explained to her new allies. "The second contains memories that were deliberately erased from wizarding history, including the truth about a 5th founder whose ideas about magical and muggle integration were considered too radical." "A 5th founder?" Theodore's voice was skeptical. "That's not in any history of Hogwarts I've ever read. That's rather the point of erasing someone from history," Orion observed dryly. The question is, why would this matter now, 1,000 years later?" Ilara, who had been quietly examining the tear, looked up. "Because history repeats itself. The tensions between the magical and muggle worlds are growing again. Technology is making it harder to maintain the statute of secrecy. Perhaps this 5th founder saw it coming." As the twilight hour, gloaming, approached, the western wall of the room began to shimmer. What had appeared to be solid stone now revealed itself as an enormous mirror with a frame carved from ancient oak, inscribed with runes that continuously shifted and changed. Cassandra stepped forward, holding up the crystallized tear. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water, and a soft voice seemed to emanate from its depths. "The first fragment lies within the realm of whispered truths. Enter with courage, but speak only honesty, for lies will become chains in the world beyond reflection." "Well," said Theodore, drawing his wand, "this is what Gryffindors are for, I suppose." With a determined expression, he stepped toward the mirror and through it, his body passing through the surface as if it were merely a veil of water. One by one, they followed, each feeling the strange sensation of cold glass becoming warm liquid before solidifying again behind them. When they emerged, they stood in a forest unlike any in the natural world. trees of crystal stretched toward a sky of perpetual twilight, their transparent branches tinkling softly in a breeze that carried whispers of half-heard conversations. The ground beneath their feet was carpeted with moss that glowed with soft blue bioluminescence, illuminating paths that wound between the crystalline trunks. "The forest of forgotten secrets," Cassandra murmured, somehow knowing the name, though she had never heard it before. The first fragment will be at its heart. They followed a path that seemed to respond to their presence, widening when they walked together and narrowing when they strayed too far apart. The whispers grew louder as they progressed deeper into the forest, occasionally forming recognizable phrases. 4 became legend, while the 5th faded to shadow. The balance was his only concern. They feared what they could not control. At the forest's center stood a clearing dominated by a massive crystal tree. Its trunk was hollow, forming a natural chamber within which floated a small silver fragment that could only be part of the diadem, a delicate filigree piece set with a single sapphire. As Theodore reached for it, the whispers coalesced into a thunderous voice. "To claim the fragment, you must first hear the truth it contains. Are you prepared for knowledge that cannot be unlearned?" They exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. The sapphire began to glow, projecting images into the air around them. Scenes from Hogwarts' founding, but with a 5th figure among the familiar 4. A tall wizard with kind eyes and an expression of quiet determination, wearing robes of purple and silver. "Aldrich the Mediator," the voice announced. "Master of boundaries, keeper of balance, the forgotten founder whose vision was of a world where magic and non-magic existed in harmony rather than separation." The images shifted, showing heated arguments between the founders. Godric and Salazar's famous dispute about blood purity was only part of a larger conflict. Aldrich proposed teaching magic to selected muggles who showed aptitude for understanding it, even if they couldn't perform it themselves. Salazar vehemently opposed this. Rowena expressed concerns about persecution. Helga worried about exploitation. Godric was torn between inclusion and protection. The first truth: Hogwarts was founded not just as a school of magic, but as an experiment in coexistence that failed before it could begin. Aldrich's compromise, teaching magical theory but not practice to worthy muggles, was rejected, and with it, the possibility of gradual integration. The sapphire's light faded, and the fragment drifted down into Theodore's outstretched hand. "That wasn't what I expected," he admitted, staring at the piece. "I always thought the separation between our worlds was inevitable, magical versus non-magical. But this suggests it was a choice made by people who might have chosen differently, and choices can be remade," Ilara added softly. Orion's expression was unreadable. 4 more fragments, 4 more truths. I suspect they will only get more difficult to accept. As if responding to his words, the crystal tree began to change, its hollow center transforming into another mirror portal. Through its surface, they could see not Hogwarts, but what appeared to be a vast library constructed entirely of ice, stretching endlessly in all directions. The realm of frozen knowledge, Cassandra identified, again with that strange certainty, where the second fragment awaits. Ilara stepped forward, placing her hand against the mirror surface. "This one calls to me," she said. "The Grey Lady said I would be needed for my loyalty to withstand its revelation." "We should return to Hogwarts first," Theodore argued. "It's been hours. We'll be missed." "Actually," Orion pointed out, consulting a peculiar silver pocket watch, "only minutes have passed in our world. Time moves differently here." "We can continue." Cassandra felt the weight of responsibility settling upon her shoulders as they prepared to enter the second mirror realm. Whatever truths the remaining fragments held, she knew they would challenge everything she believed about the wizarding world and its relationship with muggles. The Grey Lady had chosen them to recover not just a magical artifact, but a vision of a different future, one where the boundaries between worlds might finally begin to dissolve. As they stepped through the icy mirror, guided by Ilara's unwavering compassion, Cassandra wondered if the wizarding world was ready for the revolution that the diadem of lost memories might ignite. But perhaps readiness was beside the point. If Helena Ravenclaw was to be believed, the time of revelation was approaching, whether they welcomed it or not. The second mirror closed behind them, sealing them in a realm of knowledge frozen in time, waiting a millennium to be thawed by those brave enough to face truths deliberately forgotten. Ahead lay not just the remaining fragments of a magical diadem, but pieces of a history that had been systematically erased, and perhaps the key to a future where magic and technology, wonder and science could at last exist in harmony. Story 3. Frost crystals bloomed across the windows of Ravenclaw Tower, forming intricate patterns that resembled ancient runes rather than nature's ordinary handiwork. Beneath their glittering light, Ophelia Stormwhisper sat alone in the common room, her quills scratching steadily across parchment as she completed her arithmancy equations. The fire in the hearth burned with unusual intensity, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with purpose rather than chance. When the grandfather clock struck midnight, a subtle shift rippled through the air. The flames in the hearth froze momentarily, as if time itself had paused. The bronze eagle knocker on the common room door twisted its metallic head, an occurrence unprecedented outside of posing riddles, and fixed its gaze directly on Ophelia. "Convergence approaches," it whispered in a voice like rustling parchment. Or the 777 cycle comes full circle once more. Before Ophelia could question this strange pronouncement, a scroll materialized on the notice board, glowing with a soft blue luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. Drawn by an inexplicable compulsion, she approached the board, her arithmancy forgotten. The scroll was secured with a wax seal bearing 4 intertwined symbols: a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, but rendered in a style more ancient than the familiar Hogwarts insignia. Against the warnings of intuition, Ophelia reached out and touched the seal. Pain flashed across her wrist, sharp but brief, followed by a sensation of liquid fire flowing through her veins. A gasp escaped her lips as arcane patterns materialized on her skin, shifting from silver to sapphire blue before settling into what appeared to be an intricate tattoo depicting an eagle surrounded by swirling air currents. The scroll unfurled of its own accord, ancient letters rearranging themselves into modern English. "By right of the Founders Four and the Covenant of Elements, we summon the chosen to stand in the breach. Air, earth, fire, water, the pillars tremble. The convergence comes. The tournament begins. 4 shall be marked. 1 shall sacrifice. Thus has it been, thus shall it be again." Morning brought chaos to Hogwarts. 3 other students, 1 from each house, bore similar markings to Ophelia's: Gideon Ironheart of Gryffindor with flames encircling a lion, Helene Rootweaver of Hufflepuff with vines and earth surrounding a badger, and Varian Nightshade of Slytherin with water serpents coiling around his wrist. Headmistress McGonagall summoned all 4 to her office, her face grave with knowledge too heavy to bear lightly. The Tournament of the Ancestral Elements," she began without preamble, "was established by the 4 founders not as a competition of glory, but as preparation for a cosmic event of grave significance. Every 777 years, the magical barriers between our dimension and others grow thin, dangerously thin. The founders foresaw this cycle and created a ritual to strengthen these barriers, but it requires champions who can harness elemental magic in its purest form. Varian Nightshade's laugh was cold and hollow, and naturally, we have no choice in the matter. The magic chooses those with the greatest affinity for their house's elemental nature, McGonagall replied. Air for Ravenclaw, fire for Gryffindor, earth for Hufflepuff, and water for Slytherin. Ophelia studied the Slytherin boy with apprehension. The Nightshade family was notorious for its connections to dark magic throughout the centuries. Some whispered they had supported every dark wizard from Grindelwald to Voldemort, always managing to avoid Azkaban through cunning alibis and strategic alliances. What exactly does this tournament entail? Gideon asked, his Gryffindor directness cutting through the tension. 4 trials, McGonagall answered, 1 for each elemental domain. Through these challenges, you will not only compete, but also learn to master forgotten branches of elemental magic that will be essential for the ritual that follows. And what ritual is that? Helene asked softly, her fingers tracing the badger on her wrist. McGonagall's hesitation was palpable. That will be revealed after the tournament concludes. For now, you must focus on the first trial, which begins at dawn tomorrow in the Forbidden Forest. As the champions departed, Varian fell into step beside Ophelia. Curious, isn't it, he murmured, how the old witch avoided mentioning what every account of the elemental convergence concludes with sacrifice. What are you talking about? Ophelia demanded, stopping abruptly. Varian's smile was thin and knowing. My family preserves knowledge others prefer to forget, Storm Whisper. The ancient barriers require blood magic to seal. Unchampion must remain behind, trapped between dimensions, a living anchor for the spell. He left her standing frozen in the corridor, his words echoing in her mind like a death knell. The first trial dawned cold and clear. At the forest's edge stood 4 ancient standing stones arranged in a circle, each inscribed with one of the elemental symbols. As the champions approached, the stones began to hum with power, and the air between them shimmered like heat above summer cobblestones. Welcome to the Trial of Earth, announced Professor Sprout, who had emerged from the trees. This challenge will test your connection to the element of foundation, stability, and growth. The ground within the stone circle suddenly transformed into quicksand, and at its center floated a crystal orb containing what appeared to be a miniature forest ecosystem. Each of you must retrieve the earthen heart, Sprout explained. But beware, the ground responds to intention as much as action. Force will see you sink, harmony will grant you passage. Gideon immediately strode forward, Gryffindor confidence evident in his bearing, only to sink rapidly to his waist. Helene approached more cautiously, kneeling at the quicksand's edge and placing her palm against it. The earth responded to the Hufflepuff's touch, forming a tentative pathway that began to crumble even as she stepped upon it. Varian observed with calculating eyes before producing his wand. Terra Quietus, he whispered, casting a spell that temporarily solidified a path, but it lasted only 3 steps before collapsing beneath him. Ophelia, watching the others struggle, noticed something peculiar about the quicksand's movement. It wasn't flowing randomly, but in patterns that resembled the growth rings of trees. Understanding bloomed in her mind. Stepping to the edge, she transfigured a fallen branch into a small seedling and carefully planted it in the quicksand. Growth from sacrifice, she murmured, recalling an ancient herbology text, life from surrender. The seedling's roots spread with unnatural speed, creating a living network that stabilized the quicksand around it. As Ophelia stepped onto this natural bridge, more seedlings sprouted from her footprints, reinforcing her path toward the center. Though Helene ultimately reached the earthen heart first, her natural affinity for the element proving decisive, all 4 champions eventually succeeded. As they exited the stone circle, the marks on their wrists glowed, and each felt new knowledge settling into their consciousness, ancient earth magic that had been lost to modern wizardry. Over the following weeks, the remaining trials unfolded in succession. The trial of water took them to the depths of the Black Lake, where they navigated through currents that responded to emotional states rather than physical force. Varian excelled here, his Slytherin affinity for water allowing him to shape the currents with mere thought. The trial of fire brought them to a chamber beneath the castle, where they confronted flames that burned with the fuel of memory rather than wood or oil. Gideon emerged triumphant, though not without cost. The flames had consumed certain memories, leaving gaps in his recollection that troubled him deeply. Finally came the trial of air, held atop the astronomy tower during a raging tempest. Here, Ophelia's Ravenclaw nature found its perfect expression as she wove wind streams into patterns that revealed pathways through the storm. The air responded to her intellect, forming complex structures that reflected her mathematical precision. With each trial, the 4 champions found themselves drawn closer, reluctant allies bound by shared experience and growing power. Even Varian's cynicism softened somewhat, though his eyes still held shadows of secrets unrevealed. On the eve of the convergence, McGonagall finally disclosed the full truth of what awaited them. Tomorrow night, as the celestial alignment reaches its apex, dimensional barriers will weaken to their breaking point, she explained, her voice heavy. Entities from realms beyond our comprehension will seek entry, beings whose very existence would unravel the fabric of our reality. And the ritual requires one of us to remain behind, Ophelia stated flatly, a living anchor to seal the breach. McGonagall's silence was confirmation enough. Who decides? Gideon demanded. Which of us must sacrifice everything? The elements themselves will choose, McGonagall answered softly. The champion whose elemental affinity aligns most perfectly with the breach will be called to seal it. That night, unable to sleep, Ophelia found herself wandering to the room of requirement. To her surprise, she discovered Varian already there, surrounded by ancient texts spread across a large table. I wondered if you'd come, he said without looking up. Your Ravenclaw curiosity was bound to drive you to seek alternatives. You're looking for another way, she observed. The Nightshades have always been pragmatists, he replied with a shrug. Self-preservation is our specialty. And yet your family has always served dark powers, Ophelia challenged. Varian's laugh held no humor. Is that what they teach you? My family has always stood at the edges of darkness, yes, but as watchers, not servants. We preserve knowledge of the dark so that it might be countered when necessary. Why would I believe that? Because, he said, finally meeting her gaze, the Nightshades have participated in every elemental convergence ritual since Hogwarts was founded. Always marked by water, always searching for a better way, and always, when the moment comes, doing what must be done. Understanding dawned like a cold winter sunrise. Your family, they've been the sacrifice before. 3 times, he confirmed, turning a page in one of the ancient books. And tomorrow will likely be the 4th. Water and void are elementally aligned. The breach will call to me more strongly than to any of you. So all this research, a family tradition, he said with grim determination. We search until the end, even knowing the search is likely futile. In that moment, Something shifted between them, respect replacing suspicion, shared purpose overcoming prejudice. The convergence arrived with celestial brilliance. Stars aligned in configurations not seen for centuries, and the night sky rippled with auroras in impossible colors. At the heart of the Forbidden Forest, in a clearing known as the Founder's Circle, the four champions gathered around an ancient stone dais. Their elemental marks blazed with power as they took their positions at the cardinal points. The ritual began with words in a language older than Hogwarts itself, incantations that connected them to the primal forces they had mastered through the tournament. As the dimensional breach began to form, a swirling vortex of nothingness at the center of the dais, Ophelia felt the air around her, responding to her will with unprecedented clarity. Gideon's flames danced with living intelligence, while Helene's presence caused flowers to bloom spontaneously beneath her feet. Varian stood surrounded by orbiting spheres of water that moved with the precision of planets. The vortex expanded, and through it, Ophelia glimpsed shapes that defied comprehension, geometries that hurt the mind, entities composed of concepts rather than matter. Fear gripped her heart, but the elemental power flowing through her veins gave her courage. Varian stepped forward, water spiraling around him. "It calls to me," he said simply, "as it called to my ancestors." But as he moved toward the breach, Ophelia felt a sudden insight, a connection between mathematical principles she'd studied in arithmancy and the patterns of elemental magic they'd mastered. "Wait!" she called. There's another way." With swift movements, she used her wand to trace complex patterns in the air, formulas and equations that mapped the relationships between dimensions. "If all four elements bind together," she explained rapidly, "we can create a self-sustaining seal, no anchor required." Skepticism flashed across Varian's face, but desperation gave way to hope. "Yeah, what do we do?" "Focus your element not on the breach itself, but on the connecting points between dimensions," Ophelia instructed. "We'll create a lattice of elemental boundaries rather than a single seal." As the other champions followed her guidance, their elements began to interweave, air currents carrying sparks of fire, earth particles suspended in streams of water, all forming a complex, three-dimensional matrix around the breach. The vortex fought against their creation, sending tendrils of void matter to disrupt their concentration. Pain lanced through Ophelia's body as one such tendril brushed against her, a cold so intense it felt like burning. But she maintained her focus, her Ravenclaw mind calculating and adjusting the patterns even as the void fought to unravel them. When the final strand of their elemental lattice locked into place, the breach emitted a sound like reality itself, screaming in protest, then collapsed inward, the lattice contracting around it until nothing remained but a small crystal sphere containing what appeared to be a universe in miniature. The four champions collapsed to the ground, exhausted beyond measure but alive, all of them. Their elemental marks had faded, leaving only faint silver scars to commemorate their ordeal. McGonagall approached, astonishment evident in her normally composed features. "In 7 centuries," she whispered, "no one has ever found a way to complete the ritual without sacrifice. This knowledge must be preserved for the next convergence." As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Ophelia stood with her fellow champions at the edge of the lake, watching the strange aurora fade from the sky. The tournament of the ancestral elements had changed them in ways they were only beginning to understand, granting them mastery over magic most wizards would never comprehend and forging bonds between houses that had traditionally stood apart. "What will you do now?" she asked Varian, whose family legacy had been unexpectedly altered by the night's events. A smile ghosted across his face, the first genuine one she had seen. Rewrite the Nightshade grimoires, I suppose. Our family has a new ending to an ancient story. The crystal sphere containing the sealed breach now rested in the Department of Mysteries, but its creation had left echoes in all 4 champions, windows into elemental realms that would remain open for the rest of their lives, reminding them of the night they had rewritten destiny through cooperation rather than sacrifice. Story 4. Lightning tore across the enchanted ceiling of the Ravenclaw common room as Lyra Starfall pressed her forehead against the frost-kissed window. Outside, Hogwarts Castle stood resolute against the magical tempest that had descended without warning. A storm unlike any in living memory. Clouds swirled in unnatural patterns, and occasionally flashes of silver and emerald illuminated the grounds beneath bolts of traditional lightning. Professor Flitwick had instructed all students to remain in their dormitories until the arcane weather advisory was lifted. But Lyra couldn't sleep. There was something calling to her. A whisper beneath the howling wind, a rhythm beneath the thunder. It pulled at her consciousness like an invisible thread. As the grandfather clock struck midnight, a particularly violent thunderclap shook the castle to its foundations. The bronze eagle knocker at the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, visible from where Lyra sat, suddenly twisted its head in an impossible manner, its metal feathers ruffling as if alive. Its eyes, usually cold and inanimate, gleamed with an inner light. "Starfall, child," came a voice like bronze bells and ancient wisdom. "Come forth, the awakening begins." Lyra froze, certain she was hallucinating from lack of sleep. But the eagle's gaze remained fixed upon her, patient and unyielding. Against all better judgment, Lyra crept through the common room and approached the door. The eagle knocker's eyes tracked her movement. Are you speaking to me?" she whispered. "For 8 centuries we have slumbered, awaiting the storm of resurgence." The eagle's voice resonated not in the air, but within Lyra's mind. "You bear the Founder's echo, the gift of communion with the sentinels. You alone can hear our voices." "Sentinels," Lyra repeated, her academic curiosity momentarily overriding her fear. As if in answer, a tremendous sound echoed through the castle. Stone grinding against stone, the groan of awakening gargoyles, the whisper of ancient enchantments stirring to life. Beneath it all came a chorus of voices, each distinct yet harmonious, speaking words in a language Lyra somehow understood despite never having heard it before. "The sentinels of Hogwarts awaken," the eagle declared. "Oh, the Brotherhood of Ashes has returned, and the castle must defend itself once more." The bronze eagle's form began to shift, its metallic body expanding and transforming until a magnificent eagle the size of a hippogriff stood before her, its feathers gleaming with enchanted bronze that rippled like liquid metal. "Mount, Starfall, child, time grows short, and you must understand what comes." Heart pounding, Lyra climbed onto the eagle's back. The moment she was secure, the sentinel launched through the window, which dissolved like mist to allow their passage, and soared out into the magical storm. Below, Hogwarts was transforming. Gargoyles stretched stone wings and prowled along battlements. Suits of armor marched in formation through corridors. Statues of famous witches and wizards abandoned their plinths to take up positions at entrances and passageways. "Deep, what's happening?" Lyra shouted over the wind as they circled the astronomy tower. "The Founders Four in Wisdom Deep created us as the final ward," the eagle explained. "When all else fails, when wards are breached, when darkness threatens from within, the sentinels arise to protect Hogwarts' heart." The eagle descended toward the castle's central courtyard, where dozens of animated statues had gathered in concentric circles. At their center stood the massive figure of Godric Gryffindor, his stone sword raised skyward. As Lyra dismounted, she noticed other movement in the shadows, human figures. A tall seventh-year boy emerged first, his Slytherin scarf pulled tight against the wind. Blackthorn, Lyra acknowledged with surprise and wariness. Orion Blackthorn was notorious for his arrogance and contempt toward those he deemed beneath him, which was nearly everyone. Starfall, gravity, I see you've been summoned as well. Before Lyra could respond, Professor Moonshadow stepped into the courtyard. The ancient runes instructor smiled at the gathered statues with an expression that sent chills down Lyra's spine, not her usual gentle smile, but something hungry and calculating. Magnificent, Moonshadow breathed. The sentinel awakening. Right on schedule? Professor, Lyra began, confused. The eagle sentinel's voice thundered in Lyra's mind. Betrayer, Brotherhood puppet. Professor Moonshadow's smile widened as she drew her wand. I wondered which student would be the sentinel speaker this generation. How convenient that it's one of my favorites. Less convenient that young Blackthorn has joined us. Your ancestor's interference cost us dearly last time. My ancestor? Orion asked, his hand moving to his wand. Sir Edric the Steadfast? Moonshadow spat. The knight who helped the founders seal away the Nexus Mortuum. Your family has opposed the Brotherhood for a millennium, though you've clearly forgotten your heritage. The stone Gryffindor raised his sword higher, and his voice rumbled like an avalanche. The Brotherhood of Ashes seeks once more the power beneath the foundation stone. The Nexus Mortuum stirs at their call. Lyra's mind raced through her extensive reading. The Nexus Mortuum, the Death Nexus, was mentioned only in the most obscure historical texts as a theoretical confluence of magical ley lines that could potentially bridge the gap between life and death. You've been searching for it all year, she realized, staring at her once beloved professor. But the extra research in the castle foundations. For centuries, necromancers have sought methods to circumvent death's limitations, Moonshadow said, circling slowly. Horcruxes, infery, resurrection stones, all flawed, all incomplete. But beneath this castle lies the true answer, a nexus point where the veil between worlds is thinnest, where resurrection without corruption is possible. You're trying to create an army of the dead, Orion accused, his wand now drawn. Not an army, a revolution, Moonshadow corrected. Imagine the greatest minds of history returned, unbound by death's constraints. Imagine loved ones restored, whole and uncorrupted. At what cost? Lyra demanded. Moonshadow's eyes darkened. Magic always requires sacrifice. The Nexus requires substantial energy to activate. The life force of 1,000 young wizards would suffice, say, the entire student body of Hogwarts. Horror washed over Lyra as stone sentinels moved protectively around the students. The founders sealed the Nexus for a reason, the Eagle Sentinel projected. What separates the worlds must remain separate. The Brotherhood failed once before. On the winter solstice, 8 centuries past, they shall fail again. The solstice approaches in 3 days, Moonshadow countered. My brothers and sisters are already positioned throughout the castle, disguised as visiting scholars for the Yuletide Academic Symposium. The ritual preparations are nearly complete. With a sudden vicious flick of her wand, Moonshadow sent a blast of purple flame toward the stone Gryffindor. The sentinel raised his sword, absorbing the spell, but hairline cracks appeared across his chest. The sentinels are weaker than before, Moonshadow observed with satisfaction. Centuries of dormancy have diminished their power. They cannot stop us this time. The eagle sentinel spread its wings defensively. The founder's chambers must be unsealed. Only with the 4 keys can the castle's true defenses be awakened. Lyra exchanged glances with Orion, an unspoken alliance forming between the unlikely pair. "Where are these chambers?" Orion asked. "Hidden in plain sight," the Gryffindor sentinel rumbled. In Dre, each founder left a sanctuary, accessible only to those who embody their house's virtues and bear the mark of intent. The Ravenclaw Speaker and the Slytherin Guardian. Together you must find all 4. Moonshadow laughed. "By all means, attempt your quest. My Brotherhood has spent centuries preparing for this moment. The students and faculty are already falling under our sleeping enchantment. By dawn, none will resist us." With a slash of her wand, Moonshadow conjured a wall of black flame between herself and the sentinels. "Until the solstice, children, choose wisely which side of history you wish to occupy." She vanished in a swirl of ash, just as more stone sentinels converged on the courtyard. "Well, Starfall," Orion said grimly, "it appears we have a castle to save." "Why should I trust you?" Lyra challenged. "Your family. My family has apparently been keeping secrets," he interrupted. "But right now, does it matter? Unless you'd prefer to let Moonshadow sacrifice the entire student body to create her perfect necromantic world." The eagle sentinel nudged Lyra gently. "Trust must begin somewhere, Starfall child. The Slytherin blood carries ancient oaths that cannot be broken. He's bound to the castle's protection whether he knows it or not." Lyra took a deep breath. "Fine. Where do we start?" "The Chamber of Wisdom lies beneath the Astrono." "Attention!" The eagle's warning came a moment before a hooded figure rounded the corner, wand extended. "Brotherhood!" Orion hissed, pushing Lyra behind a column as spellfire erupted around them. 3 sentinels, knight statues from the 4th floor, intercepted the attack, their stone bodies absorbing curses meant for the students. One crumbled to dust under a particularly vicious hex. "They're sacrificing themselves," Lyra realized with horror. "It is our purpose," the eagle stated simply. "Now come." The path to Ravenclaw's chamber lies through the observatory. The stars must align to reveal the entrance. As they raced through corridors guarded by animated armor and battling sentinels, Lyra saw Hogwarts as she never had before. A living entity with layers of defenses and secrets beyond anything mentioned in Hogwarts. A history. Reaching the astronomy tower, they found Professor Sinistra unconscious, clearly a victim of the Brotherhood's sleeping spell. Outside, the magical storm intensified, the unnatural clouds now forming distinct patterns that resembled arcane symbols. "The Ravenclaw constellation," Orion observed, pointing to a configuration of stars visible through the enchanted ceiling. "It's aligning with the tower." The eagle sentinel positioned itself beneath the celestial pattern. "Speaker, place your hand upon my crown and speak Rowena's truth." "Rowena's truth." Lyra frowned. "I don't know what that is." "The answer to the riddle she posed to all who sought her wisdom," the eagle prompted. Lyra searched her memory for Ravenclaw lore, finally recalling a passage from an obscure biography. "What flies without wings, speaks without voice, and sees without eyes? The mind," she answered confidently, placing her hand on the eagle's head. A beam of starlight shot from the constellation, through the eagle and into the floor. Stones rearranged themselves, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. "One down, 3 to go," Orion muttered. As they descended into Ravenclaw's hidden chamber, Lyra felt the weight of history upon her shoulders. Somewhere in the castle, Brotherhood necromancers were preparing a ritual that would consume 1,000 innocent lives. The stone sentinels fought a losing battle against dark magic that had been perfected over centuries. Their only hope lay in 4 chambers, 4 keys, and the unlikely alliance between a Ravenclaw who could speak to stone and a Slytherin bound by forgotten oaths of protection. "Do you think we can actually stop them?" Lyra whispered, as blue light bloomed from ancient runes lining the spiral staircase. Orion's face, illuminated by the ethereal glow, showed determination rather than his usual disdain. "My family motto, apparently forgotten by recent generations, translates to Guardians in Shadow. If Sir Edric helped the founders once, perhaps it's time for the Blackthorns to remember their purpose." The eagle sentinel glided silently beside them, its bronze feathers reflecting the runic light like ripples on a midnight lake. "What lies ahead is but the beginning," it warned. 4 chambers, 4 trials, 4 keys to unlock the heart of Hogwarts itself. The solstice approaches, and with it, the moment when the veil between life and death grows thinnest. The Brotherhood has waited centuries for this alignment. They will not surrender easily. As they reached the bottom of the staircase, a vast circular chamber opened before them, its ceiling a perfect replica of the night sky, its walls lined with ancient texts and artifacts untouched for centuries. In the center, on a pedestal of starlit crystal, rested a single feather that glowed with internal sapphire fire, Rowena Ravenclaw's contribution to the castle's ultimate defense. "The first key," Lyra breathed, stepping forward to claim their prize and begin the race against time that would determine the fate of Hogwarts and all who dwelled within its ancient walls. Story 5. Rain lashed against the ancient windows of Hogwarts as Ilara Nightshade huddled deeper into the alcove of the Ravenclaw common room. Outside, lightning splintered the sky, illuminating the room in brief, spectral flashes that made the bronze eagles decorating the walls seem momentarily alive. Most students had retreated to their dormitories, but Ilara remained, transfixed by a curious volume she'd discovered earlier that day. The leather-bound book had practically fallen into her hands while she was researching for Professor Flitwick's advanced charms essay. Its spine bore no title, only an intricate pattern of stars that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. The book had been shelved in the restricted section, behind several other tomes, as if someone had deliberately hidden it from casual discovery. Now, as Ilara's fingers traced the constellation-like patterns embossed on its cover, the book pulsed with a faint blue light. The sensation beneath her fingertips was unlike anything she had ever experienced, like touching static electricity and liquid mercury simultaneously. Against her better judgment, she opened the book. The pages were blank. Disappointment washed over her until she noticed a single line of text appearing on the first page. Elegant script materializing as if an invisible hand were writing, "Seeker of knowledge, turner of pages, are you worthy of what lies beyond?" Ilara hesitated only a moment before responding in a whisper, "I seek knowledge not for power, but for understanding." The words sank into the page, disappearing like water into sand. Suddenly, the book began to expand, its covers spreading wider, the pages multiplying. The alcove filled with blinding sapphire light as the book transformed into a doorway of pure luminescence. Before Ilara could cry out, an invisible force pulled her forward, and she tumbled through the portal. The sensation of falling lasted only seconds before Ilara found herself standing on solid ground. Blinking away the after-images of brilliant light, she gasped as her surroundings came into focus. She stood in a vast chamber that defied all logic and architectural possibility. Bookshelves stretched in every direction, up toward a ceiling so high it faded into misty darkness, outward to horizons too distant to perceive. Spiral staircases wound between levels, and floating platforms drifted gently through the air. Bridges of crystal and wrought iron connected mezzanines and balconies that appeared suspended in space. Books of every imaginable size, color, and material filled the shelves, some radiating faint auras, others bound in materials Ilara couldn't identify. Welcome, Seeker, to the Bibliotheca Infinitum. Ilara spun around to face a translucent figure, a ghost, but unlike any she had seen at Hogwarts. This spectre appeared more substantial, with colors that shifted like oil on water rather than the pearly monochrome of castle ghosts. He wore scholar's robes adorned with complex runic patterns, and his eyes held a wisdom that seemed both ancient and sorrowful. "I am Thaddeus Ravenson," the ghost announced with a formal bow. "A former illuminated, current keeper of remorse." "Illuminated?" Ilara questioned, her Ravenclaw curiosity instantly piqued despite her disorientation. "A brotherhood of knowledge seekers who lost their way," Thaddeus replied, his form flickering slightly. "We believed all knowledge should be ours by right. We were wrong." He gestured at the infinite expanse around them. "This library was Rowena Ravenclaw's greatest discovery, not her creation, but her discovery. A plane of existence containing all magical knowledge ever conceived, or yet to be conceived." Ilara struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what she was seeing. "Why am I here?" "The library has chosen you," Thaddeus said simply. "It does so rarely, and only in times of great need. The Illuminated have risen again, calling themselves the Enlightened Mind Collective. They seek Rowena's key to access the forbidden tomes of creation. If they succeed, the consequences would be catastrophic." Before Ilara could respond, a new voice echoed through the cavernous space. "Oh, he's right, though I'm loath to admit a Ravenclaw being chosen for this task." A tall young man with angular features and Slytherin robes emerged from between two towering bookshelves. His dark hair was swept back, and his grey eyes held a mixture of wariness and resignation. "Corvus Nightshade," he introduced himself with a slight incline of his head. "Nightshade," Ilara repeated. "Oh, but that's my surname." "Distant cousins, perhaps?" Corvus replied dispassionately. "My family has guarded the secret entrance to this library for 17 generations. We are bound by a magical oath made to Rowena herself." Thaddeus nodded. "The Nightshades have fulfilled their duty admirably, but now we face a threat that requires more than guardianship. The library itself is weakening." As if to emphasize his point, a tremor ran through the vast chamber, several books tumbled from their shelves, and a distant crystalline bridge cracked with a sound like breaking ice. "What was that?" Ilara gasped. "The library exists in symbiosis with magic in the outside world," Corvus explained, his voice tight with concern. "But magic has been fading for decades. Spells require more power to achieve the same effects. Magical creatures are becoming increasingly rare. Few have noticed because the decline is gradual, but my family keeps records. The trajectory is clear and alarming." Thaddeus drifted closer, his spectral form rippling with urgency. "The Enlightened believe they can use the tomes of creation to rewrite the fundamental laws of magic, making it more abundant and accessible. But they don't understand the balance. Magic isn't declining by accident, it's being consumed." "Consumed by what?" Ilara asked. "By knowledge itself," Corvus answered grimly. "By wizards and witches taking without giving back. The library is both repository and source. It contains all knowledge, but also sustains the very magic that makes such knowledge possible." Another tremor, stronger this time. shook the library. In the distance, Elara could see sections of shelves dissolving into mist. "We need to find Rowena's key," Thaddeus urged. "Not to use the tomes as the enlightened plan, but to seal them permanently and initiate the restoration." "The restoration requires a sacrifice," Corvus added, studying Elara's reaction carefully. "A sacrifice of knowledge." Elara felt cold understanding wash over her. "Someone has to forget." "Not just someone," Thaddeus corrected softly. "All of wizardkind must relinquish some part of their magical knowledge. The most dangerous, corrupting aspects must be forgotten entirely so that magic can heal and flourish again." "How could we possibly make everyone forget specific magical knowledge?" Elara asked incredulously. "The library remembers everything," Corvus explained, "but it can also help us forget. With Rowena's key, we can access the lexicon of memory, a master catalogue that determines what knowledge remains accessible to magical minds." A distant explosion reverberated through the impossible architecture of the library. Dust and fragments of parchment rained down from above. "They're here," Thaddeus whispered, his ghostly form paling further. "The enlightened have found another entrance." "We need to move," Corvus urged, drawing his wand. "Udul, Elara, the library chose you as seeker. You'll be able to sense the key's location if you open yourself to the library's consciousness." Elara closed her eyes, feeling foolish but desperate. To her surprise, she immediately sensed a pull, like a compass needle swinging toward magnetic north. "This way," she said, opening her eyes and pointing toward a distant section where the bookshelves seemed to be made of some dark, reflective material. The three unlikely allies hurried through the labyrinthine collection. As they ran, Elara glimpsed wonders that took her breath away. Books whose pages contained moving galaxies, scrolls inscribed with fire that didn't burn, and transparent crystal tablets that projected complex magical formulas into the air above them. They reached a circular chamber where the bookshelves were arranged like spokes of a wheel. At the center stood a pedestal of white marble, empty save for a small indentation in its surface. "The key should be here," Elara said, frowning. "It is," came a new voice, smooth as silk and cold as ice. A woman stepped from behind one of the shelves. Her Ravenclaw robes were modified with elaborate silver embroidery, and her eyes gleamed with fanatical intensity. In her hand, she held a small object that glinted gold. "De Professor Morana," Elara gasped, recognizing her arithmancy teacher. "The brightest student in Ravenclaw," Professor Morana said, smiling without warmth. "How fitting that you should witness the dawning of a new magical age." "You don't understand what you're doing," Thaddeus pleaded. The balance has kept us weak," Morana snapped. Magic deserves to be strengthened, expanded, unleashed from arbitrary constraints." "You're killing it," Corvus countered. "Your enlightened predecessors nearly destroyed magic once before. That's why Rowena sealed the tomes." Morana laughed. "Rowena was afraid of true power. I am not." She held up the key, a small golden eagle with sapphire eyes. "And with this, I will unlock knowledge that will make the name Morana echo through magical history forever." What happened next occurred so quickly that Elara could barely follow. Corvus lunged forward, Morana raised her wand, and a blast of energy sent both Corvus and Thaddeus hurtling backward. The key flew from Morana's hand, arcing through the air. Acting on pure instinct, Elara threw herself forward, hand outstretched. Her fingers closed around the golden eagle as she crashed to the floor. The moment she touched it, the library itself seemed to speak directly into her mind. Seeker, you stand at the crossroads of fate. What knowledge are you willing to sacrifice first? Understanding blazed through Elara with sudden clarity. Looking up at Morana, who was advancing with rage contorting her features, Elara knew what she had to do. The knowledge of how to exploit magic without reciprocity, she declared, placing the key into the pedestal's indentation. A blinding column of light erupted from the pedestal, engulfing Elara, Corvus, Thaddeus, and Morana. The library trembled, but this time not with weakness, with renewal. When the light faded, Professor Morana stood blinking in confusion. What? Where am I? How did I get here? Thaddeus floated forward, his spectral form now more vibrant. The restoration has begun. The library has removed the corrupted knowledge from her mind, and soon from all who sought to exploit magic rather than exist in harmony with it. Corvus helped Elara to her feet. You've done it. You've initiated the restoration. What happens now? Elara asked, watching as the library around them seemed to pulse with new energy, the fading sections beginning to solidify once more. Now, said Thaddeus with a ghostly smile, we return to Hogwarts as guardians of a secret that will save magic itself. The library will continue its work, gradually balancing knowledge and power throughout the wizarding world. Elara looked around at the infinite collection of magical knowledge, now preserved rather than corrupted, and felt a profound sense of responsibility and wonder. Some secrets, she murmured, are worth keeping, as if in response the library shimmered around them. And Elara knew that while she would soon return to the familiar comfort of the Ravenclaw common room, a part of her would always belong to the Bibliotheca Infinitum, the greatest secret Rowena Ravenclaw had ever discovered, and the salvation of magic itself. Story 6. The sands in the hourglass froze mid-fall, suspended like minuscule stars caught in amber. Throughout the great hall of Hogwarts, time itself hesitated. A spoonful of porridge halted before reaching a first-year's mouth, an owl arrested mid-flight between rafters, and Professor McGonagall's voice stretched into an otherworldly echo as she announced the morning notices. For exactly 7 heartbeats, reality stuttered. Then, like a phonograph needle finding its groove, time lurched forward again. The sands fell, the spoon completed its journey, the owl landed, and McGonagall continued speaking, seemingly unaware of the temporal fracture that had just rippled through the castle. But Artemis Kronos had noticed. The lanky Ravenclaw, with perpetually ink-stained fingers and mismatched socks, had been staring at his pocket watch, a curious contraption of brass and crystal that had belonged to his grandfather, a renowned horologist. The watch's hands had spun wildly backward during those suspended seconds, and the face had briefly glowed with an unearthly blue light. "Oh, did you see that?" Artemis whispered to his housemates, eyes wide behind spectacles that magnified his already owlish appearance. His question met blank stares and dismissive shrugs. Artemis slumped back into his seat, but his mind raced like the mechanisms of a complex clock. This was the 3rd temporal anomaly he'd noticed this week, and according to his calculations, they were growing both in frequency and duration. 3 days later, Artemis found himself in the most peculiar interview of his life. The Department of Mysteries was not known for recruiting 6th years, yet here he sat in a windowless room deep beneath the Ministry of Magic, surrounded by timepieces of every description: grandfather clocks, sundials, water clocks, enchanted hourglasses, and devices he couldn't even name, ticked, dripped, and chimed in discordant symphony. "Your research on chronomagical theory is unexpected for someone your age," said the witch seated across from him. She had introduced herself only as unspeakable meridian, and her age seemed as difficult to pinpoint as a specific moment in time. Sometimes she appeared barely 30, other times ancient as Dumbledore himself, depending on how the light caught her face. The temporal disturbances are accelerating, Artemis replied, pushing his spectacles up his nose. The Ministry's time-turners are just the beginning. I've documented 17 distinct anomalies at Hogwarts alone. Time isn't just misbehaving, it's unraveling. Meridian's expression remained impassive, but her fingers, long and elegant, adorned with rings that seemed to shift between silver and gold, tapped a complex rhythm on the table. Now, what if I told you, Mr. Kronos, that time has weavers, just as tapestries do, and that those weavers are going extinct? Artemis returned to Hogwarts with a silver pocket watch that wasn't a watch at all, and instructions he was forbidden to share. He was to document every temporal anomaly, no matter how small, and report directly to Meridian. Most importantly, he was to befriend the new transfer student who had arrived under mysterious circumstances mid-term. Cassandra Tempest was everything Artemis was not: confident, graceful, and seemingly effortless in her magic. Her accent was impossible to place, and when asked where she had transferred from, she merely smiled enigmatically and changed the subject. She wore a curious braided bracelet with beads that resembled tiny hourglasses, and Artemis had twice caught her whispering to it when she thought no one was watching. "We need to talk," he finally blurted out one evening in the Ravenclaw common room after everyone else had gone to bed. "About the time distortions." Cassandra's smile faltered. Her eyes, a strange amber color that seemed to shift like sand in an hourglass, widened slightly. "You're one of them, aren't you?" Artemis pressed. "A weaver." "Not yet," she replied after a long pause, "but I will be, or would have been." She twisted the bracelet around her wrist. "In the timeline I come from." The temporal weaving was an art older than wizardry itself. Long before the first witch raised a wand, there existed those who could see the threads of time, golden filaments that connected all events, all lives, all moments from the dawn of existence to its eventual twilight. The weavers didn't merely observe these threads, they maintained them, mended breaks, untangled knots, and ensured the great tapestry of time remained intact. For millennia, they had worked in secret, passing their knowledge from master to apprentice. Their greatest tool was the primordial loom, hidden somewhere even the Department of Mysteries knew not where. But the weavers began to disappear, Cassandra explained, as she and Artemis pored over ancient texts in the restricted section. Fewer children were born with the gift. The last true master died 50 years ago. Now there are only apprentices struggling to maintain the tapestry, and it's becoming too much. That's why time-turners are failing, why we're experiencing these anomalies. It's worse than that. Cassandra's voice dropped to a whisper. The great unraveling has begun. Where I come from, 30 years in your future, it's catastrophic. Entire decades collapsing, people aging backward or forward at random, historical events replaying or never happening at all. Artemis felt a chill run down his spine. "And you came back to prevent it." "I came back to find the loom. With it, even a novice like me might be able to repair enough of the tapestry to prevent total collapse." "But you haven't found it." Cassandra shook her head. "I thought it might be here at Hogwarts." "The castle has existed almost as long as the weavers themselves, but now I'm beginning to think," her gaze drifted toward the window, beyond which the lights of the Ministry of Magic would be visible if they weren't hundreds of miles away. The head unspeakable's office was a paradox of austere minimalism and overwhelming complexity. No personal effects adorned the space. Yet every surface seemed to bend in ways that hurt the eye. Chronometers of bizarre design hung on walls that seemed both close and impossibly distant. "Croaker knows," Cassandra whispered as they hid beneath Artemis's disillusionment charm. "He must have found the loom decades ago." "But why would he be causing the distortions?" Artemis wondered. "If he has the loom, why not use it to fix things?" The answer came in the form of a pensieve left conspicuously unguarded on Croaker's desk. The silvery memories within called to them like siren song. Against all better judgment, they plunged in. They stood on a battlefield that had once been Hogwarts grounds. The castle lay in ruins, its ancient stones scorched black. The sky above boiled with unnatural storm clouds that occasionally parted to reveal glimpses of stars in impossible constellations. A figure that could only be Croaker, though decades older, stood amidst the destruction. Before him hovered a gleaming golden loom, its threads vibrating with power. Each thread hummed with a different note, creating a terrible, beautiful symphony. "This is the only way," Memory Croaker whispered to companions they couldn't see. "We've tried everything else. The Nexus War cannot be won. It can only be prevented. By unraveling time itself," demanded a voice that sounded eerily like an aged Cassandra. "You'll destroy reality?" "No," Croaker replied. "I'll fracture it. Create enough temporal distortions to make certain events impossible. The Dark Nexus requires perfect chronological alignment to form. If I can prevent that alignment..." "You're talking about intentionally damaging the tapestry." "I'm talking about cutting out a cancer to save the patient," Croaker snapped. His hands moved over the loom. "I've calculated everything. The temporal fractures will be severe but controlled. And in exchange, the Nexus never forms, the war never happens, and millions live. You can't possibly predict all the consequences. I don't need to." Croaker's face hardened with terrible resolve. "Only that they're better than this." Artemis and Cassandra burst from the pensieve, gasping for air that suddenly seemed too thin. "He's doing it deliberately," Artemis said, his voice hollow with disbelief, "creating the very crisis you came back to prevent." "No," Cassandra whispered, her face ashen. "I don't think that's it at all. I think he succeeded." Understanding dawned on Artemis like a cold sunrise. The anomalies we're experiencing, they're not the beginning of the great unraveling. They're the aftermath of Croaker's intervention. The price paid to prevent something worse, Cassandra agreed. But the tapestry is still unraveling. His solution only postponed the inevitable. A soft cough interrupted them. They turned to find Croaker himself standing in the doorway, his expression not angry but resigned. "It took longer than I expected for the department to find another potential weaver," he said, nodding at Artemis. "A days and for you to find your way back to us," he added to Cassandra, "though I admit I didn't anticipate you'd come from quite so far forward." "The Nexus War," Artemis began, "never happened. Will never happen." Croaker stepped forward. "But you're right about the rest. My solution was imperfect. The damage continues to spread. Then help us fix it properly," Cassandra pleaded. "Show us the loom." Croaker studied them both for a long moment. "The loom isn't a thing, Miss Tempest. It's a place, the nexus point where all temporal threads converge." He tapped Artemis's silver pocket watch. "And it's time I showed you both how to reach it." The primordial loom existed everywhere and nowhere, in a space between moments where past, present, and future were simultaneously visible. Standing before it, Artemis finally understood why the weavers had always been so few. The human mind wasn't meant to comprehend such vastness, such complexity. The golden threads of time stretched infinitely in all directions, humming with the music of existence itself. "I can only hold this space open briefly," Croker warned, his form already growing transparent. "The loom recognizes you both as potential weavers. It will show you what needs to be done." As Croker faded, Artemis and Cassandra reached for the threads simultaneously. Knowledge flooded them. Ancient techniques of temporal manipulation no wizard had practiced for centuries. They saw the damage Croker had done, the greater catastrophe he had prevented, and the delicate, near-impossible repairs required now. "We can't fix everything," Cassandra realized, tears streaming down her face as she began the intricate process of reweaving. Some of these fractures go too deep. We don't need to fix everything," Artemis replied, his fingers dancing between threads with newfound skill, just enough to stabilize the pattern. "Future weavers can repair the rest." "Future weavers," Cassandra echoed with a sad smile. "If we succeed, my timeline changes. I might never become who I am." Artemis paused in his work long enough to meet her gaze. "Then we'll make sure it's a better future. One where the weavers don't have to work alone." Together, they began to mend time's broken tapestry, one golden thread at a time. In the great hall of Hogwarts, an hourglass resumed its steady flow, uninterrupted by even the slightest hesitation.